Back in to rise from the ashes. We won't dawdle over much. Let's get through this. We saw this last time. Okay, yeah. You can skip through all that. It's gonna be a journey. A long, strange journey to the truth. But hey, that's how it always is, right? Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lena Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution is... How far did we get into this? Oh, I think we got all the way up. I think we got all the way up to the testimony, but we'll see. Oh, yeah. No, we got all the way up to testimony. Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Yeah, we can skip past all this. Alright. Step 1, press everything. Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not? Yes, sir. I'm in charge of hiring the new recruits, sir. Yikes, now there's a scary thought. As evidence transfer was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed. I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir. The Blue Badger? Yes, sir. The lovely police mascot created by the Chief of Detectives, sir. I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transferal process. That was my sole mission for the day, sir. I see. Sounds like a very important mission. After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room. You need an ID card, am I correct? Precisely, sir. I have one right here around my neck. So then your ID number should be listed on here, right? There it is. I found it. This is the one right here. Yes, sir. It's 498-9596, sir. That's my number. It's shown being used twice. It's no real mystery, sir. The first time is when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room, and the second time is when I went to go get him after everything settled down. So, it was during the second time that you saw the suspicious man? I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I suddenly attacked. Or I was suddenly attacked. So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you? It was a knife, sir. A knife. Pulled a knife on you. Oh, with me charging him like that, he looked as surprised as I was. That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus, struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash on my hand. Maybe if you just kept cool, your hand wouldn't be. When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar. Grabbed him by his collar. That's why there would be blood on the coat that we saw in the picture of Lena Sky. What exactly do you mean when you did it? I know I don't look the type, but I'm really into Kung Fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from him. I spun around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man. The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood, and then the next thing I knew, he punched me right in my face, sir. About what time did you regain consciousness? No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious. Oh, right. According to the report from the officer, the witness woke up. It was about 5:30. Witness woke up around 9:30. Hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying tears of pain. That's nice. I mean, it's nice that you recovered. When I came around, I made sure to finish my mission, sir. Yes, sir, the Blue Badger, sir. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand. Well, we can all rest easy now. I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Only one thing remains unclear. What was the man this officer murdered really the victim? He's got a point. With regard to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Gant delivered it to me just this morning, sir. The chief delivered it? What is that? A videotape? That's how you can tell this was originally made in a fairly, in a slightly more old school age. I think this was 2001, 2002. This came out. Somewhere in that area. Yes, sir, that's absolutely right, sir. A videotape, sir. It contains footage from the security camera on the evidence room. But I specifically asked if there was such a tape and was told it had been mistakenly erased. I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at. It's like communication with the police department's as good as ever. Well then, let's have a look. Show us the video of you murdering the victim. Oh, please stop using that word murder, sir. It scares me. Video of a real murder. Just what are we getting ourselves into? Yeah, you can see the early Ace Attorney models. I mean, the early 3D models that would go on to use in later games. Why does this look like a Five Nights at Freddy cutscene? Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us? What the hell was that wriggling piece of plywood? Sir, that's the pride and joy of the entire Criminal Affairs Department, sir. It's the Blue Badger, sir. Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? Yes, well, anyway. The state seems to prove the witness did indeed counter someone in the evidence room, and, yeah. Instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. Is that alright with you, Officer Meekins? Yes, sir, as you wish, sir. His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. That is a good point. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. What's this about a fingerprint? Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to. Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have to be Detective Goodman. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. So, it's entirely possible that the victim... Well, I don't know. I don't remember how this trial shakes out. So I don't remember fucking how weird it gets, but I know it does get strange. Anyways. You don't know for sure, do you? You never actually saw Detective Goodman's face. Well, I suppose you might say that. That is, if you must label people as having seen or not seen it. Since his face can't be identified in the video, only you can verify it. Why is everyone looking at me? If I had to label your stares as disturbing, or... Having been shown a questionable video at best, we are not in the best of moods. Now please be more certain when you testify. You claimed the man who brandished a knife on you was Detective Goodman. Tell us why you are positive it was him. Is there no other way to open them? No, sir. I myself tried all kinds of methods in the past. They only respond to registered fingerprints, sir. If the man opened the locker's lock, which only responds to its registered fingerprints, then he must be the person the locker was assigned to. Exactly my point, sir, and this too. This thing doesn't have a bottom. At least that it doesn't collect dust inside, right? Hey, look, it's hard to make out. There's some dark red stains here. Looks like blood. You think Detective Goodman's blood somehow got on this when he was stabbed? Not likely. This blood looks like it's been here for months, maybe longer. Damn it. I'm gonna save real quick, just because, okay, there, thought so. Regarding the video contained on this tape, there is one thing in particular that seems rather strange. This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman. This video contains such a contradiction? Oh, it sure does. I propose we have the defense point out this alleged contradiction in the video. I have to point out the problem in the video. This is the first time I've ever had to do that. Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video. How did this guy ever become a police officer? Please enlighten us. The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Officer Meekins. As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. When you grab the handle, the sensor reads your fingerprint. If it's a match, the light turns on and the lock is released. According to my very limited experience, that is the way I understand it, sir. If so, then something's seriously wrong with this picture. The victim reaches for the handle to open the locker. Let's rewind to a little earlier. Here, notice the light? It's already lit. Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime. The locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered, and the lock is automatically locked. Oh no, it must have been broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this. That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction. Oh well, it just goes to show novices should keep their mouths shut. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation? Why wasn't the locker unlocked? This isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Huh? Oh, maybe something like jam the system sensor? Something jam the sensor? Say something else that seems out of place in this video. There's got to be another clue somewhere in this footage. Locker wasn't locked. Please watch closely. This is a continuation of the part I showed you earlier. Something white fell out of the locker. But sir, it's been my experience that it's been my experience that things fall out when the doors are opened. We can't be sure that the item was completely inside the locker to begin with. What do you mean? The sensor triggers the sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door? The white thing wasn't inside the locker. stuck between the door and the sensor. Oh, I understand now, sir. Just like my tie. 2 out of 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir. Instead of the door closing. The object would have to be extremely thin to fit the door. Not only that, it would also have to block electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator. Crime scene. There just might be something that fits that description. Sir, by insulator, you don't mean... It was this rubber glove. I found this near the locker, a thin rubber glove. But we can't be sure that was in the victim's locker. It has a tag that says SL9 incident. Which was the case that Detective Bruce Goodman worked on. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker, but that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is that not so, Officer Meekins? Sir? It would appear so, sir. So are we to believe that the victim who this witness stabbed in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman? Not be misled, Your Honor. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? The defense has merely demonstrated that possibility and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. Officer Meekins, please testify about this. Sir, me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir. Is this a joke? Very well, begin your testimony. Mystery Man. Dos. There's one other thing that proves that man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card. That's pretty concrete. I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor. The ID used at 5:14 is that of the victim. Just before the crime, Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. Why were there so few people using this room? This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases. Extremely violent cases involving police staff. Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference. There are only a few cases up for transferal there, and most were cleared by noon. Right, I see. Now let us move on to the cross-examination. Is that card hanging from your neck one of those ID cards? Yes, sir. This card right here. This card right next to my cuffs, sir. I keep it here so I won't ever forget it. But what if someone were to steal it from you, keeping it out of the open like that, or keeping it out in the open like that? Maybe I shouldn't wear it around my neck. Remember when I said 2 out of 3 times my tie gets stuck when I get out of my car? Well, the remaining time, it's my ID card that gets stuck. Because out of the door closing, my ID card chokes me. Yes, sir, he didn't show me any ID card, sir. Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do was show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife. Maybe he just panicked? The problem with this ID card testimony is far too obvious. It's not like Edgeworth to miss something like this. Oh. I didn't want to press. 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 Just get me through it. 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 Wait one moment, Officer Meekin. I'm not good at waiting, sir. I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene. That makes sense. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene, the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card. A lost item report, it's only half completed, but it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess. You believe this something to be his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there is a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card. So now what does this all mean? It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Meekin's encountered in the evidence room is not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card. It makes sense. Does the prosecution have a response? I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 p.m. on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekin's encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room is already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yeah. That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder. That is, well, I guess that's right. Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago you seemed content to be pointing your finger around. It seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove. The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means the murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. So the real crime can only take place at one location, the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office, the murderer being Lena Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness observed the moment the defendant used the murder weapon. That is unfortunate. I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning. The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekin's encounter? And where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman. Just so, Your Honor. What do I do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? One moment, Your Honor. Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven. Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap. What are you talking about? This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. Fair enough. However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The Defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. This court will examine this further. Other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared? I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. This just might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Mr. Wright. Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness. Oh, who do you have in mind? Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. Prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. Very well then, Mr. Wright. What is his or her name? It is, Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? Court is now in recess. There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured everything out. Lena, you're the one who knows everything. You always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust me? Don't you trust us? Hope I'm not interrupting anything. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run around while on duty. And top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Sorry, Detective. You better be, pal. Hey, 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 hey! I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky. That's okay. So have you brought what I asked? Oh. Oh-ho, oh-ho-ho-ho. You mean this, right? My apologies, Detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request. Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy. But Lena, that's... I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them. I can't believe you, the chief prosecutor, were a witness in that case. This guy was a witness? Joe Dark. What a serial killer name. Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with serial murders. Oh, what? Now that I've brought you your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me? Emma, but why is your name in here? What? My name's in there? I don't know. No, it couldn't be. The SL9 incident, is that? That's the classification number the police filed it on.
Charging battery.
2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Dark killings. That's over with. No. She ran away. Oh, you know what? I just remembered. I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal. I'm out of here. Jake Marshall, Angel Starr, Damon Gant, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lena and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't be just a coincidence. Knowing you, you just might be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. Better take a good look at this file. Yeah, so I like how Rise from the Ashes is essentially like bigger, more convoluted Turnabout Goodbyes, because it's basically about, like, it's more or less written in the same mold. You know, it's even got an old case that you're dealing with. You know, like it's cool. I like it. I like the fact that it's like a bigger, grandiose, like version of Rise from the Ashes. I mean, Turnabout Goodbyes, rather. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Elena Skye. Officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Fucking drinking whiskey in court. What a man. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Me, partner? Oh, I'm just same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. Occasionally helping the elderly across intersection when needed. Yes, we get it. Oh, I know, you're a patrolman. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind call it out. To be exact, Exchange Marshal. Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Now, Mr. Marshal, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day that the crime took place. Is this correct? According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? A desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Yeah, could you stop, like, trailing off into cowboy poetry and just answer the goddamn question? Please share with us your testimony on the day of the crime in plain old English. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember correctly, I was at a street-side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so you're out of ammo. So if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint-activated locks on the evidence lockers? Fingerprint-activated locks? What type of what kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? He's not that good with machines or with following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours. Let's just gonna press him on everything first, and then I'll try my hunch afterwards. How exactly did you keep an eye on the evidence room? I just made sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. That room's so still, even time dies in there. I was just a caretaker who interred the recordings. Videos of nothing aren't that useful. When the time would come, I would erase the tape. If nothing unusual is recorded, tapes are to be erased every 6 hours. Each time I'd erase a tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life. This guy has a flair for the dramatic, but it isn't going to do him any good. So in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room. Oh, goodness. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyways. If I remember right, I was at a street-side saloon at the time it went down. Ain't you heard a word I said, partner? I told you that ain't my style. No desperado I know lets rules get in his way. No desperados I know join the police force. Just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day. There was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that? Sorry, partner, can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks. You used to be a detective, so you've used the evidence room in the past, correct? Of course. Back in the day, my locker was a gold mine of evidence. And yet, you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism. Sorry, partner, I ain't good with machines. I couldn't even tell you how a bike works. The sensors on the locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence. Now that he mentioned it, Detective Gumshoe mentioned something like that, too. At any rate, it doesn't seem this is relevant to the crime. What were you doing at a place like that? I was eating spaghetti. Not even Angel Steak lunches can beat that parlor's Vongole sepia pasta. Probably pronounced that incorrectly. You mean to tell us you abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles? Not all desperados eat tacos, partner. It's not what I meant. I hope this has at least taught you a lesson. Oh, were you, huh? Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called to testify like this? After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime, and yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects. That is, I make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints will be in there. I only wish it were off. You see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Blood-stained fingerprints were at the crime scene. The blood was wiped away. However, a luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall, seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall? About the blood-stained fingerprints? Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints found at the scene of the crime. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be the same place as the blood-stained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The bloodstain and the fingerprints are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it. It appears valid. Life would be fun without any doubt, partner. Defense may now cross-examine the witness. Now's my chance to prove it. Yeah, so here's the issue with the fact that he was wearing gloves. I mean, unrelated. They're as different as night and day, kind of like cereal and cereal. One's got to do with breakfast, while the other is a type of murder. He's right, although seemingly alike, they're totally different. Let's see what homonyms have to do with it. How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. It's found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Ain't gonna get no reward from me with a mere fingerprint. to load my save back. That's right. One more thing. That locker happens to be mine. I mean what I said. That's the locker that's the locker I used when I was a detective, the locker I still use. All that's in there now is a heap of broken dreams. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Wasn't mine, it's no mystery. Please explain. My locker was covered with my fingerprints. It just so happened the murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. Chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. On the contrary, one could argue just the opposite. Chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no whatever. You wanna know why? Unrelated. They're as different as night and day. How did you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. Yeah. The picture? This seal of blood in the desert is just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this. So long as my trail isn't there, you can't say otherwise. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall. You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have. But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Actually, Jones, Jason Knight, Ethan Kirby, Jim Bates, Marshall, places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth. The camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape. We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. You might wind up being the one making the mistake. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm just gonna bluff it and see what happens. Now then, let's have another look at the video. I didn't. Sure, how's that for evidence? Just a bit disillusioned. Aha! Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. That locker with the white cloth sticking out, that is the witnesses, I believe. Now let's rewind the video a bit. Oh, the white cloth is gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened the locker when the camera turned away. Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was open? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened a locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call your bluff. Fingerprint sensor? We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force who don't know about the fingerprint locks. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? We got 1 word for you, partner. No! Explain yourself. If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard. I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Olé, please answer the question. That's alright, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure the rest out from here. Have a look at these floor plans. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then where was the witness? It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right, the only possible conclusion. Well then, let's hear it. Officer Marshall was standing right here. So Officer Meekins didn't notice him standing there. That's almost as credible as Meekins' warp theory. Chamber's empty, partner. Better reload. There, but that's where the victim Detective Goodman was. Correct, unless that man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in this video is Officer Marshall. It was you, dressed up like Detective Goodman. But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. Maybe I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. I asked him to show his card, sir. Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly pulled a knife out on me. Something about the officer's story puzzled me. The man had his ID card. Why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been wrong. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? You've got quite an imagination, partner. You got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective, unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. Can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do? Looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. The basics. For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside the box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise, but rather I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think the locker was opened in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance that it might have been discovered later, as it has been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. The fact that the white cloth is sticking out of that locker seems to indicate he opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. I know what it is. Or I think I do at least. For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know to what end yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat. You couldn't just walk out like that, so you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated you. Hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here now, would we? Alright, seems the time has come. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. So the supposed victim was really you. But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. It was way too much blood for a donation, but don't worry about it. Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera and the detective's ID card? I stole that the morning of the incident. So that really was why Goodman started filling out that lost item report. Left it on the floor of the prosecutor's office parking lot. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. Blech. I mean the fingerprint activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. But he could because the rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. The blood found at the crime scene indicates that, basically. What, are you blind? The victim shown in that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole the evidence from the locker? Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. It's still missing, Your Honor. Oh, I know who has it. Do you even have to ask, partner? I saw mine. 2 years ago. 2 years have passed since the case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day. Not if I had anything to do with it. That incident's not over. What did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time, no matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case was mine. It was my last chance. Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way with me knocking him out and everything. Oh, you mean this one? Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long. I didn't think it would make a difference. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone planned, no footage would have been left. However, you blooded your coat with in your struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it there. You was sleeping like a baby. May I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer? This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are even a valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. With such an unusual amount of zeal, let's hear more. That case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room. Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence. It involved serial murders, didn't it? I don't intend to complain about how it turned out, but there's something that still bothers me. Something went down at that trial, something no one will talk about. I don't know, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him what I think is real reason, because I had a feeling we'd find out there sooner or later. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. And a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall? Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago, he received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. You must be talking about the King of Prosecutors Award. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed, and the case fell into your hands. What's his relation to you? He was my brother. He was investigating the murders when with Damon Gant, the deputy chief of police. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. Ah, fuck that up. Whatever. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed, at least according to the public records. My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it. That's your reason for your insane actions. There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Fair enough. At least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department at the day of the crime. That was the last day. That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with this resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. This mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The things that happen by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Doesn't that seem strange to you? It's got to be more than chance. If no one was murdered at the police department at the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office lot was the real one. Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Elena Sky. A verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. There's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There still yet remains the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. All of the mysteries at the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Elena Sky. And the testimony of one Miss Angel Starr is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. I rest my case. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder of the security camera's tape really was fake, but I didn't realize that would end up proving Lena guilty. Whoopsie. Finds the defendant. Emma. A scientific objection, huh? Are you this girl's guardian, Your Honor? Yeah, essentially. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. I was kind of in a shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dart killings. That's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing, the other handprint. You mean the traces of blood found in Detective Gumshoe's locker. But no fingerprints were found on that, right? No, but I figured it out. I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again. So did you find something? No. Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Is that all? Please don't be mad, I'm just a high school student. And I'm just an attorney. Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them... It appears the fence is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Could there be something I'm missing? Okay, yeah. This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is you're grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there? Yes, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark. Yes, he is finally out of jail. Except, somebody left a body in the trunk of his car this time. Very well, Mr. Wright. Blue Badger. What about that piece of plywood? The Blue Badger, mascot of the police force. Who's got it out for Edgy? I can't tell you because it's spoilers, but yeah, basically the way this case starts is somebody murders somebody with Edgeworth's knife and places the body in the trunk of his car. But it gets stranger from there. They're not framing him for it. It's just bad luck more than anything. Like, it's just really bad luck on Edgeworth's part, really. Defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the 4 plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not here. So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well, what? Booyah. So long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at this spot on the locker. Yes, this is true. So that means, just what exactly does it mean? It means it can't be done. Well, look at me, I didn't put it there. On that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the Blue Badger into the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. So that must mean this blood mark was left there before the Blue Badger was brought in. Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom. It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once but twice. But how? One time was captured by this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. Problem is, the other time. I think this is when he gets dragged into the case, but we'll see. Someone bled prior to the struggle on this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim. The murder portrayed in security tape is proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker. So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. Summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room. That's right, the blood mark on the locker proves this. Very well, then tell us, when did this first fight occur? As Mr. Edgeworth said, proof must be presented. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that, and it is the motherfucking ID card report. If this crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. In order to do so, an ID card would be required. Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger into the evidence room 4:50 p.m. If the crime took place before that, then that time would be 4:40 p.m. Miles Edgeworth, just what have you done? I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. It's clear from the luminol test that the blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have taken place before Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Let's look at that chart again. There's only one other number card remaining, or card number remaining. 7777777. Talk about a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only possible explanation. You went in with 777, blah, blah, blah. You get it. Please look into this, I guess, as soon as possible. Find out whose ID number is 7777777. That's 17 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card, at least at present. The ID card belongs to someone with the rank of captain or higher, someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. But that's ridiculous. I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There is one situation in which we can be granted such authority. If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted. An official charge of murder. For your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay, let me ask you a question. No, not to you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we looked up her ID number, and it's not 7777777. Don't blame me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing, about that incident. Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least I did. I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Do you look me, an investigator into that crime, in the eye and say that you did? I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order to get him, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But Lena, even if it involved forging evidence. See? That's what I'm talking about. Lena's remarks caused such a stir, the chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day. We're gonna have to reopen yet another cold case. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm so sorry for what my sister said. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dart killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Lena wanted Dart convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean, what happened to me? It's all there in the file. Joe Dart's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dart tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, he was only trying to save me. So that means you... Yes, I was a witness in the Joe Dart trial. I didn't see that one coming. It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. Seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then I'll never forget it. Lightning struck, and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture into my mind. I can still see it now. I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall. So you weren't able to testify about that? No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must have been why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean providing bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly, Lena forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth. It's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true, even though he may not have known it, Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. So it seems. After that case ended, Lena was never the same. She became cold like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. Not surprising. What did you see in the instant that crime occurred? Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lena was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma, you've been through so much. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago, you must have been 14. That's understandable. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided when I grew up I'd become a scientific investigator. I wanted to be able to fight crime with my testimonies and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way Lena would never have to forge any. I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. Something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lena's office at the time, right? That's right. Why then would the serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor? Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Of course, this happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective offices in the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lena was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly, didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lena was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Lena used to be a detective. So after the Joe Dark case, she was made a prosecutor? How bizarre. Lena. Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Yeah, if you keep your fucking mouth shut, this would be a lot easier, but it's fine. Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul, why should we? But Lena, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Emma told me about you. About how you were a detective 2 years ago, and how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details, especially about the unusual change of jobs? Suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. Not the least of which was the fact that this case was largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. All drama aside, the fact of the matter is at 5:15 there was no murder at the police department. Miss Starr said about you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lena, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? This doesn't involve just me. That's because it involves an executive officer, and I know who that executive officer is. Anyways, it's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant? He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. Emma really idolizes her big sister, or she used to, at least. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Yes, Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations. They even had the same office. Interesting. We led a team of the best detectives in the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place, when he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the crime scene was me. Now you tell us. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages and Dark must have suddenly panicked, so he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down and fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's when he found me. So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lena? It appears so. I was filing some papers when Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies. Prosecutor Marshall, the victim Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her, after all her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident. That's right. Quite a coincidence, I don't buy it. There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident just by chance. But the case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brothers died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark in the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself, the Chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the Chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. Maybe we should, Phoenix. Maybe we should. No one's here today, not even Miss Starr. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case, but instead it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. So there's nothing for us to see here. Let's pop over and see if Edgeworth has anything to say. Mr. Edgeworth isn't here. Maybe he's being questioned by an inquiry committee? He took a real beating in court today. Yeah, with Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago. I guess we'll just have to come back later. Howdy, Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall. I never thought things would turn out the way I never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Que seda. You never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? I should have known my luck would run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go into the evidence room today, partner. Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why do prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean, fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon, you mean the switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's, all right. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised. The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. It means there's a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? Possibly. That case left behind scars on all of us. Scars that the SL9 incident left behind. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. How old was he, your brother? He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. King of prosecutors. What are you looking at me? What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close with your brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as... That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning. By nightfall, there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently, someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered and the evidence locker was empty. I wonder who could have been that tried to stop him. There was something going on behind the scenes of that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. The star was fired and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What happened about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lena Skye. Investigation lead, Damon Gant, and the second command, Lena Skye. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. The case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lena transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah, Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Skye was totally different when she was a detective. Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too. What happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Lena's secret, it all started 2 years ago. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? Certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict, but someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. So the finger has been officially pointed all the way up to the top at Damon Gant. This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, if you're looking for the others, they'll all be in the conference room. Thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us. With the chief prosecutor saying what she did in the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media and tomorrow's trial, there's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word used for those. Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator up to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. See, look at this motherfucker's office. He's got a church organ in here. Of course he's a criminal. In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. I thought I was... whatever. I missed that. I never could remember where C was. Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. Put that paper he was reading in his desk. So, Righto, have you been swimming lately? I have been swimming in some bullshit. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full, too, with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lena's provocative statement. Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence. 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? That's a picture of Lena, Neil, and me. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. Hey, you notice the face? Doesn't it look familiar? Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. Motherfucker. Looks like we aren't welcome. Seems that case isn't over with yet after all. Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. You mean like a clue? Or probably evidence that he actually did it? There's got to be a way to get inside the chief's office. It'll take some doing, but we need to get back in there. Hey, pal. Detective Gumshoe. Aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt. From sitting so long? Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have any of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battle's between you two in court. That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Yikes. Let's have a chat with Edgeworth. Or not Edgeworth, but Gumshoe. Why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lena Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there's been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor has kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now, with this, are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know for making enemies. Hey, Dick, keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat. Yes, sir. You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. Seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyways, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all that pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing. Well, did you find anything? The only evidence Stark left behind was during his final attack. When he killed Prosecutor Marshall, he was trying to protect some girl. Me. Seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Oh, let's see, I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written in here, okay? His powers of recollection never fail to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might just jog his memories. Hey, is that? It has a tag on it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since that case has been closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker. On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this weapon suddenly disappeared from the locker and was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it. Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again. This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at, plus it had his fingerprints on it, too. But no one actually witnessed him use it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well anyway, take a guess where the broken tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in. Where was it? Victim Neil Marshall was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet, down to the last fiber. That's pretty conclusive. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just a run-of-the-mill businessman. A businessman? What made him take to serial killings? One day on his way home from the work, he hit someone with his car. With his car? So it was an accident? An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal. He killed a man. Yeah, skip that by accident. A kid walked by just then, so he killed him too. That's just running on its own, okay. So he killed 3 people, basically. Seems he was pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. So he turned himself in. Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim, Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. AKA Emma. Oh, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant. It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? That's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The chief's out now and his office is locked, but we'd like to have a look around if that's okay. Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door. What, really? But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with a breach of trust. Simply put, I'd be canned. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. I wonder if there's something that we could show him that would make him change his mind. I've been studying up on those files. There's nothing wrong with Mr. Edgeworth's presentation. To think that people can accuse him of injustice. I, for one, ain't buying it, pal. You're looking into the case for Mr. Edgeworth? Yeah, it was a pretty big deal what was going on, you know. After all, a serial killer was on the loose. Elena was pretty clear in her confession. She forged evidence in order to prove Joe Dark guilty. So that ain't it. About that jar, I think I've seen it somewhere before. Somewhere? Or maybe it's one of those memories people have of previous lives. Something about it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the chief's office and he's yelling at me. Where could I have seen that before? That's the ID card record, isn't it? Yes, there's only one number left to investigate. At 4:20 p.m., the victim, Detective Gobna, must have entered the evidence room along with someone else. Someone with an executive officer number. That's 17 too many, Detective. An executive officer. I just might have a hunch. Oh, I have a hunch already. You betcha. Hey, that's it. That's the King of Prosecutors Award. Yeah. This guy almost made us lose the case today. What are you talking about? He was guarding the bloodstain on that evidence locker with his life. That's more than you can say about most officers nowadays. Would have saved us a lot of trouble if he hadn't guarded it so well. I have to admit he's right, though. Thanks to the Blue Badger, we were able to prove another possibility today. The possibility that another murder took place prior to 5:15 a.m. Oh, a lost item report, huh? Very impressive, Detective. You know what it was right off the bat. Well, I am a master of misplacement, you know. Master. That has such a cool ring to it. The way I see it, if things are meant to be lost, then they're meant to be lost. There's a higher power at work here. Wow, a higher power. Maybe I shouldn't let him hold any evidence. Of course I do. He was like a mentor to me. When I first started out, he even gave me a small cactus. He said, "Dick, she'll listen to all your troubles." Detective Gumshoe talks to a cactus. Hard to believe he's just a patrolman now. Someone on to trade places with him. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Ooh, I see an issue. That prosecutor trophy's missing a sword, or a broken sword rather. I wonder if Edgeworth's back yet. There he is. It looks like he's writing something. What are you doing here? You sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me? Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. That's That's Edgeworth for you, always trying to hide his real feelings. So what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. Wow. Alright, Mr. Edgeworth. Distract him, I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window? Out the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground. Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet. Letter of... It says letter of resignation. Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died. Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault. I know the path I've walked, you don't need to tell me, and the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done, and no one else should forgive me either. This letter of resignation, I wonder if I can use it for anything. Due to recent events, I hereby announce my resignation as a public prosecutor. Yeah, but that responsibility means nothing if he just quits. Well, not everyone sees it that way. To truly take responsibility, you should have to work the rest of your life with no pay. I once dreamed of being a defense attorney a long time ago. Yet a clear path is laid out before me. I have no time to look back on what might have been. You know, it wouldn't hurt if you put this up on somewhere like a shelf. That has no meaning for me anymore. What do you mean anymore? That's who I was last year. What good is it to dwell on the past? He's asking me? Why can't you just accept it graciously? Actually, something has been troubling me about this shield. Look, do you notice anything different? Different? Yeah, don't you remember the other shield in the court record? This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall, he just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. The trophy Mr. Marshall was holding, it's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. I remember now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind this design. It's simple, really, a contradiction. That's what the award's based on. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to attain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I can do can erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, the evidence is falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have. I take pride in my work, so tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First last year's trial, and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists? That is odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. We just saw a picture taken around that time. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this? Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This. Oh yeah, Chief Gantz asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to? That's right. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with two characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard this story? Me? Oh, sure. Everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though, for, Emma's sake? Very well. Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with two items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard the story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless, and thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize... Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words, but it's our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this. Wow, thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. But this isn't related to the case, remember? You said so yourself. Chief Gant gave this to you that day, didn't he? He asked you to bring it here from the police department. The chief is a very competent man, but sometimes he does things that don't make any sense. At least it's better than being incompetent and doing things that don't make sense. Excuse me. Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? Miss Starr, I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know that little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lena stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. Yes, that is a problem. The Star's hatred towards Lena, it all dates back 2 years ago. Joe Dark, that's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though. Must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lena Skye. Best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo, Lena and Chief Gantz. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked at over how it turned out. You mean with the forging of evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dart got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. But you don't have any proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lena Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lena always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Lena Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used. Damon Gantz and Lena Skye. Gant led the investigation with Lena second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gantz's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence in all the cases he handled. Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him though. Back then everyone looked up to Lena. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated everything. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did you have to turn so cold after that? Lena transferred to the prosecutor's... Try that again. Lena transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gantz's powerful influence. That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control, and then no one could stand in his way. Prosecutor's office. You mean that's why Lena was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lena? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change. Thank you, Miss Starr. You listen to me, Rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. See if we can. Oh, you're back. You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of those files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you into the chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line. Say, this design's based on an old Chinese parable, right? Yeah, everyone knows that. There was this, dragon. Yeah, that's it, a dragon. He had a thing for shields, see? That's not exactly the version we heard. No, but this one sounds more exciting. It gets kind of gory after that. I'll spare you the details. What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious. See, is he ever not serious? I can't believe they've pushed him this far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice too, but I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence, but we betrayed him. That's it. I've made up my mind. Here, take my ID card. You can't do that if someone found out. They wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item. They wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. So at least let me do this, for Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, Detective. Thank you. Back to the Chief's office. The most suspicious of police offices. Gumshoe's taking it for the greater good. Oh, you bet. Like, Gumshoe is a good man through and through. Like, he believes in justice first, and that's why he's a good police officer. Here goes, Mr. Wright. Look at this fucking boy. Look at this joint. This is the Chief's office. You're telling me this man isn't guilty? Look, if you have a pipe organ in your office, either you're a vampire or you are the biggest criminal. Anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'll be counting on you to bail me out. Jesus Christ! Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Detective Gumshoe, what are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking, I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too. If you're here, then what's the point of giving us your ID card? Hey, don't do that to my card. Yeah, don't worry about it. You'll be fine. I hardly ever get a chance to come in here, so I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. You really do want to get fired. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out. I got a bad feeling about this. Hey, don't you worry about it. So actually, let's get all the preliminary stuff out of the way. So to do that, let's break out the luminol first. Now I can go around detecting blood traces too. Wow, is that a new type? I've never seen that bottle before. Add 3 inches to your base height. Base height? Hey, let me see that. Looming tall, new and improved growth formula. You mean this can't detect any blood traces? Well, it's not quite the same thing as luminol. So that's why the lady at the counter had that smirk on her face. This is a safe, isn't it? Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue. Okay, if you say so. Looks like a code needs to be entered on this panel to open it. I wonder. Bingo. Whose birthday was that, pal? 7777777. The final ID card on that record. The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean 7777777? That ID number? I think you're 17 shy this time. This can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number. And what kind of fucking police department would have that as an ID number? But don't worry about it. Say, anyone care to look inside? Yeah, let's take a look. Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? It's a shard from a broken cup. No, it's not. Looks like a piece of leather cloth. This is a handprint, isn't it? Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design? I don't think so. Oh, what was just a thought? Is that it? Is that all there was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. A piece of cloth with a handprint on it and a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless that you can prove that they have something to do with the case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. There's got to be something we can show the detective. Yeah, there is. It's actually hanging on the wall over there. If I'm fired, I won't be able to give you any information, so that's why I have to get it out of my system now. You understand, don't you? Okay, then let's just observe. This was taken on that day 2 years ago, the day Joe Dark ran out of the question room and tried to kill Emma. After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here, then went along with Chief Gant to question Drake. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later. Gee, you think? The Chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the Criminal Affairs Department. That's on the 2nd floor, and this is the 15th floor of an entirely different building. When a detective screws up, the Chief calls him to his office and makes them listen to the organ for hours. What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul. After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except the ringing in their ears. So it's an instrument of punishment, literally. But aren't the Chief's ears affected? He never listens to anyone anyway. That's beside the point. This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons? Sure is, pal. The Chief doesn't care for imitations. First the pipe organ, now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room? What, you mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. You go, Emma. You don't have any taxes to pay. Shh, be careful what you say. Who knows? The Chief may be hiding in that armor as we speak. I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out. Cut it out. You guys don't know how scary that guy can be. Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk. Speaking of that, we were here earlier. Oh, it's you two, Chief Gant. He put this paper he was reading into the desk. I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though. Hey, look at the case name. SL9 incident. I wonder what this was doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? I said, I wonder... No, about evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long. That's right, I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. Half-size list of evidence, huh? Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it! The Chief must be hiding something about that case. It appears so. These shelves are mostly empty. Lena must have cleaned them out when she was transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf. Hey, this is when Lena and I went to that theme park. Wonder why she left it behind. This was Lena's desk. It sure is tidy. Lena's always been a meticulous cleaner. There's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lena ever come back here? No. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were the stuff the legends are made of. Does he keep it clean in memory of her or in memory of the crime? This mark looks like some kind of flower. Where it is, it's designed after the insignia on the prosecutor's badge. Yeah, like the one hanging from your collar. What? They have badges too? The design's supposed to portray the severity of the punishment system. Now that you mention it, it does look all kind of pointy and painful. Mr. Edgeworth never wears a badge. That's because he's a sharp dresser. A badge like that wouldn't go too well with his outfit. So sharp dressers don't need to wear badges? I guess everyone just kind of lets it slide. Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside. This is the 15th floor. I know, I was just saying. Saying what? Ever since making detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that. Note to self, Gumshoe has a lot of dreams. As long as it doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired. Don't say that. You can see pretty far from 15 stories up if you were able to drop that tube from here. At first the chief wanted to use stained glass for this window. Really, why didn't he? They say he changed his mind because he wasn't able to see the view. Oh, stained glass or not, it's a huge window. That's what the chief was reading before, isn't it? You know, when we first came in here? Yeah, it looks like the right side of the form has been torn off. So Mr. Edgeworth's list was really only half of the whole thing. Something else is bugging me more than that. Take a look at the back of that form, pal. Looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here. What is it? Did you find something? Huh, oh, no, it's nothing. Why are your eyes moving like that, Mr. Wright? That desk on the other side of the room, was it your sister's? Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lena on that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gannett's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. That's a strange reason to leave it there. Leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. So ever since Lena left, no one ever touches that desk? No one except Chief Gann and the cleaning lady who's in here each morning. Can't possibly be any clues remaining. Right. Wrong. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only ever come in here to look around, right? You only came in here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think... Nah, you wouldn't be... No. No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay, now then, let's look around a little more. Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy. What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go at that. Sorry. Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Oh, he's a suspect. Chief Gant, so it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. There you go, ignoring me again. Oh, he is a suspect. I remember when 3 of us put that jar back together. Ah, those were the days. It's kind of early to be nostalgic. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case? That's right. One of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know that fragment we just found? You mean this one? That was in the safe? Yeah, that one. It was in the safe. Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do. There, it fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of the shard in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. Hey guys, get a load of this. What is it? This piece you just attached. It's different from the others. There's a reddish line on it. A reddish line. That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gann hide this in a safe? I'd like you to have a look at this. Hey, I know what it is, so you want to take some fingerprints?
Charge complete.
What are you doing? Why are you sticking your hand out like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints. It's not your fingerprints we want to take. This isn't a time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe. Oh! I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh, where's your sense of humor? Let's check for prints. Sprinkle it on the cloth. What are you, my mom? I don't have to be told a million times. Alright, this seems to be the most clear one. So let's just sprinkle all of this cocaine on here. Just get it all. When I originally played this on the DS, like, this part sounded like Morse code. Because you had to just tap like there was no tomorrow. No, how could this be? What are endless fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they? Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints. Psst. Hey, you, over here. What's going on here? What are the kids' prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Here, maybe you should hold on to this. Well, was I any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Now that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat? Chief Gant! We didn't think you'd come back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out the window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir. Get out. Yes, sir. We'll be on our way too then. Wait, you, the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet. I'd like a word with you. But, sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet. You with the spiky hair, you're free to go. I think I'm gonna leave you alone with Chief Gant. I guess I don't have a choice. Look, pal, if I told you once, I'll told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it. Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. Why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time? Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. Be that so, huh? Lena, babe, you and me, heart to heart. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. I've already told you all I can. No, you haven't, you lying bitch! I believe I did mention something quite important, something I told you right away from the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman, and you're full of shit! I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell the rest of the story. Yeah, we need to have a talk. What the fuck is this? Okay, I guess we can't show it, but let's ask nonetheless. I have to admit I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted that you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion, a certain individual, you say. So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, who may I ask is this person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposed to be frightened of? What is this person's name? It's fucking Damon Gant. Well, Miss Sky? Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would you try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did, specifically hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. Wrong. Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. Really? I just found this in a safe in the Chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 case. The person concealing the evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for it? Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the Chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty of murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. In the murder of Detective Goodman, huh? Or perhaps I should say follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken. And I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon. You mean Edgeworth's knife? No, when I found the body, this knife was stuck in it. Knife from the SL9 incident, serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edgeworth's knife, huh? Edgeworth's, that's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that is the reason for the bandage on your right hand. Yes, it seems that I got blood on the victim's shoe as well. And then, she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. The star, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be open again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible. So you hid Dark's knife. The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it in Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right, then I called my sister to tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma. I didn't want anyone in the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lena's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling. The truth is, I received those orders from Chief Gant. After I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean, not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident at the evidence room. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lena, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and as an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. We've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer? What went down in the chief's office 2 years ago? As the kids say, shit be getting real. Oh, dude, like, the thing I love about Ace Attorney, they're a little more subtle about it. They're a little more subtle about it going forward. But if you have any intuition at all, as soon as you bump into the real culprit, you can smell it. You can just like, that's the motherfucker right there. Like you can just, you can like it, like they're subtle enough. Like they present them as like neutral, but like subtly malevolent. And so like you get this hint of like, there's something off with that guy. Like in the first trial, Turnabout Sisters, they present Red White, because like they show him, and when you encounter him, you like he's just kind of presented as like, oh, he's just flashy rich guy, CEO of a company, you know, not really sure. But if you have any kind of sense, you're like, hey, why is this guy cropping up, you know, out of nowhere? And same with Damon Gant. Like, I think Damon Gant is sort of like the best that they did it, because they don't present him as outwardly malevolent. In fact, when he first shows up, he seems friendly. He seems like you know, oh, he's cooperative, he's helpful, he'll help us get to the bottom of this. But they have these subtle hints with the way that he's presented, like the fact that there are pauses where the music fades out before he'll say something. And like you get like just a glimpse of like, man, this guy isn't what he seems. And that's really great. Like, it's great that they can do that without having him be like a Power Rangers villain, basically, where it's like you see him and you're like, oh yeah, well obviously. But yes, Damon Gant is a prick. It's the defendant lobby, alright, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lena all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 777-7777 ID number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Oh yeah. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason the trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. That number belongs to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, Wright, and Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty. But she didn't do it. I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you had to say. Lena's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out from her. Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, Wright. This is it. If I'm going to find out what Chief Grant has on her, it's now. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Elena Skye, and I'm going to make a quick save right here because this is going to be a long and arduous journey. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement, but before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Uh-oh. Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Chief, been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. You don't mind me asking, Chief, what exactly is this proposal of yours? See, like that, it slowly fades out. And then... like that. Just a subtle indication. I love it. Lena, specifically, the defendant, specifically Lena, has asked me if she could directly speak to the court. Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. What's all this about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like to put an immediate end to this trial. I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. You can't, Your Honor. The defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. Prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven in this case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can't be happening. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant... No. One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, the prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, huh? I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, huh? Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh? To whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well, the court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy. You'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. And thank God he did, because we were kind of stranded. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Skye. My occupation, I'm Lena's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember the trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. You sure cave in fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you those 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw that instant. That man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. Ooh, in the chest, did he? That's interesting. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. You're one to talk, Phoenix. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. So you may not have noticed the contradiction there. I didn't mean to press that, whatever. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes, she was second in command under the deputy chief of police, Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever. Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Sky used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office. That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day, too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Lena promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. Oh no, I did turn it down. Okay, well I'll just turn my headphones down just a bit. Just a tad. That way I'm not. That way it's not too loud. Yeah, we'll do that. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. Well, that would be accurate, except. Weird that doesn't count as a contradiction. I guess we just have to press her. This is why I say it, but don't worry about it. We can have one mark against us. That must have been a real shock. Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly. Tell us, what were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified Joe Dark was holding you hostage. When lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Drake. I was thrown aside and the two began wrestling each other. I'm pretty sure I was watching them. I need to get Emma to tell me as much as I can. Okay, so I guess I just need to press her on everything. A man? Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of the ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead him to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Sky and Gant's office. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. Neil Marshall rescued me. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were two people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. I assume that would also be why he was in the. I would assume that was also why he would be the first to run after Dark. When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead, and that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in. I don't remember what happened clearly, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark, excuse me. Then the lights went out. Lights. It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out? Wait a minute. It was pitch dark in that room. You shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right, but then lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image in the scene of my mind. I told the detective what I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Bruce Goodman. He was in charge of the case. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw? Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. Picture, yes, I think she mentioned that before. This picture that the witness drew, I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind to add this statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. I got you, don't worry. Mr. Edgeworth, this little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet, you would insist on denying its existence? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that, as the prosecutor for this case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be, and that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold! This is the evidence list from the SL9 incident, right? Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over. Ah, what's this? Yes, what is that? Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew. Indeed. 2 men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other, although they didn't decide to model that because, you know, reasons. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened 2 years ago. Only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. Miss Skye, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor, your eyes are bulging from your head. If this evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of that drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth. It's possible. Let's see. Something wrong? Do you even have to ask? Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. That's that thing. That thing was dancing in the evidence room. Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. Very well. Actually, I wonder if it'll let us... Okay, no correlation. Fair enough. Witness, will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor. She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. One could only wonder what it is. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. It's a short testimony, fair enough. To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image into your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw, which is handy. Although there is an issue. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. If only things were so simple, Your Honor. It's the picture I drew 2 years ago. you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything. During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gant and Lena Skye. 2 or 3 days later. The memory should still have been fresh in her mind. Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black? The flash of lightning was so bright all I could see the shadows. So at the time you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue? No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright and I was knocked to the floor. You were knocked to the floor? Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed. Poor Emma, I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed? You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No, I'm sorry. The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. Anyway, this picture. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course, this is the exact scene. It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives. Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture? It's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind, and yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. I wonder if this is finally it. Yeah, it is. Okay. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but the picture this witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us? What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy? I hope it's this. It's because the drawing stinks. The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken. Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. That's right, but what does it mean? The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already about a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gans. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in the story there is a lie. I'm not lying, the man really was holding up a broken knife. That's true. And there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? Oh, there is. If the witness is adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error, Mr. Wright. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume, then, that you have some information about this other broken knife? If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. This is the picture of the award ceremony. The broken murder weapon. Notice the award the prosecutor marshal is holding. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Neil Marshall was awarded the King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given a broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. That can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors Award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Wait, I remember now. I remember everything. Mr. Edgeworth, could you show me your evidence list again, please? The one with that picture scribbled on the back? I knew it. This picture, I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside of me. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the testimony's witness. Would you please tell us what you recalled, Miss Sky? Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up, and now the blue badger. This should be interesting. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and I rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw a shadow. Like Batman? This is certainly most unusual. Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Stop. Please, don't pursue this any further. Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Sky, you've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence! The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. Seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. So what could she have seen if the Blue Badger did not exist 2 years ago? Well, let's just press everything first to see where we get. When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark? Yes, at least I think it was him. All I could really see were shadows. Power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor office's reports. So then, you rushed both of them. Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall. She seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife. But as we've just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that Dark guy knocked me down, all I could think was I've got to help that other person. What do you mean, you think? It all happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly, but what I did, it was all kind of a blur. This guy was almost killed before she was witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural. I saw the man about to stab the other person who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife. What you did was very brave, young girl, so what happened next? Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the Blue Badger. Are you sure about this? Of course. See, I even drew a picture of him here. But it was the chief of detectives who thought up this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The Blue Badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable. I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling I'd seen him somewhere before. Now I finally remember. Oh, bother. Just when you thought this thing had caused enough commotion. Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing? His shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face with its winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember he had 3 creepy horns. This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation? Tell us what the shadow really was. What was it Emma saw when that lightning flashed? Who is this Blue Badger, really? The Blue Badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture, yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defendant's belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the Blue Badger. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the jar too. Something that is now sitting in this very room. In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in this instant? It was this jar, pretty sure. The mysterious Blue Badger was in fact this. I believe it's some sort of a jar. Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the Blue Badger. Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Allow me to remind the defense that this case hinges on the witness drawing. If Mr. Wright can't match the shape of the witness drew, we cannot accept his claim. Oh, I didn't know I could rotate it horizontally. Something like that. Oh, duh. I forgot about the part on the back. I don't remember this being that difficult, but then again, it has been quite some time since I played this game, so. Oh, hang on. Maybe it's actually. God damn it. Alright, well, let's try this then. That looks closer. Okay, so I'm thinking this. Like, this looks most right to me. But that looks right, but if it's not perfect, because I guess that seems pretty right to me. Yeah, I'm thinking of something like that. I might just have to pull up a walkthrough to show how that looks, because I know that Ace Attorney games are like somewhat notorious for being like extremely finicky when it comes to these kind of things. Make the neck disappear. That might be a point, actually. Okay. So yeah, you've got to get it. You've got to get it perfect, which is why it's best to. You got to get it like that. There. Yeah, again, that's like classic Ace Attorney. Not jank necessarily, but these puzzles can be like, you have to get it just right. And I suppose it is fairly realistic, because I mean, if you're gonna hold up in court that a jar looks like a thing that didn't exist yet, then you have to make it line up just right. But it's realistic for Ace Attorney logic, so no one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the Blue Badger. Oh, but it can be, because that jar is broken, and there's blood on it. The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious Blue Badger witnessed on that day when the crime was actually this jar thing. Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So that Badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't actually change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed? Very well, then please tell us. What's different now than what's different now that we know the witness saw this jar? The murder weapon. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? The location of the jar is shown in the picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant. The body was found lying near Elena Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Elena Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Elena Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent that jar flying? That would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked into the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? A suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous-looking sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the broken armor was carrying the broken knife, he would had to have been Neil Marshall wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. You can't be thinking. Yes. There was another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless, I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall, you mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? You say he was stabbed in the chest. His autopsy confirms he was stabbed in the back. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. Everything that goes on in this courtroom is unprecedented. What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that, coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. Then why are you sweating bullets? If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? Well, what about the fact that you were stabbed in the back? If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. Not in this game we can't, but maybe when Maya gets back. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Touche, Miss Sky. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? Well, what do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. Ooh, God, imagine. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life, in one manner or another. That's impossible. Is it? We have a jar with blood on it. A message from the deceased? Does such a message exist? I've got to think back to the court record. The real murderer left the name behind on the evidence, yeah. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek, the truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the evidence. It's the jar. This is the message left behind by the deceased. This is that blue badger from before, right? Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten this was just a jar. A message was left here on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on the jar. Looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there's a line here drawn in blood. So what you're saying is that these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used a few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away, but blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect those points, and the victim's message will become apparent. Or we could, you know, just use luminol testing. Your Honor, I believe this blood stains will reveal to us the answer. I've got to connect these dots to make the letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written given the circumstances, his murderer's name. It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lena. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Of all people. She may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Sky. Seaworthy? Can't say I didn't warn you. Chief Gant, you understand the implications of what you've done? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in that case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. But Joe Dark really was the serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice. We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter, even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. And all of that was the trial former. We've got one more trial left. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. Oh, it's headed straight to the top, baby. Don't you be mistaken. Oh, boy. Sorry, Edgeworth, I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty, and to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. I take it Lena's having you run errands again. Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give you this if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law. Edward was talking about this just the other day. You must know the two rules of evidence law. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book. Him. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read, which we will do right now. Well, once it gets added to the evidence, yeah. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. You doubt. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department, and unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is... yeah. That's where you're wrong, Detective. Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all of these allegations being thrown at me? Mr. Edgeworth. The real trial today hasn't begun yet, but it's going to start in about 20 minutes. What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she unwittingly caused a man's death, and now you're telling me you want to do more? You've got to be kidding me. You're missing the point, Detective. Lena didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're going to expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Oh boy. We're gearing up. We're getting ready to go. And we've already been going for 3 hours and 30 minutes. And all I had was 1 day of investigation and this trial left. Actually, a trial before this, Well, investigation before this and a trial before that. But this was the latter half of this case. It's roughly about a 7 or 8 hour case. This case is longer than your average indie game, basically. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lena Skye. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. Yes, well, okay. Normally, this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness, but, this isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have, struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witness. I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone's been talking, and, very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution? That being the case, prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. There's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Then it's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright, you do realize this is your last chance? If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. The defense calls this motherfucker. Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. Damon Gant? What does this have to do with anything? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. All right. Bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. Look at this motherfucker. Look at him. Look at the guilt in his cross tie. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this, some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way out to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy. Are you sure you want to do this? Oh, you bet I do. Bring it on. Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, huh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto. What's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when Lena's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There's still some things unaccounted for, sir. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Sure, take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Bring it on, you slimy fuck! As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lena there. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Oh, ain't it so simple? Is that when Dark was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut. The police chief has the right to refuse to testify, and I'd better hit him hard and fast. So the two of you ran immediately after him, right? That's right, but Dark made it to the elevator first, so Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. I guess you could say he got lucky. What's this about a power outage? Oh, that. The elevator stopped all of a sudden. I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil was when that knife went through his heart, though. That's not funny. You're very glib about that. I wonder why that could be. When I went to my office, I found Lena there. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. How can you know that? Because of the victim's body, it had already been moved. So that means you found the body near Lena's desk? That's right. I think you said earlier it was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor. Yes. Anyway, you can see it had nothing to do with the forgery. So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office? That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lena must have felt. Moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter what circumstance. Is that how it really went down? Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you'd be better off staring at the court record. Worthy, always the smooth talker. Which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery? Lena did admit to forging evidence, but that can't be the whole truth. Somehow I've got to link Gant to the incident. Okay, so you say you have nothing to do with the forgery. Then why was this in your safe? If you really had nothing to do with the forgery, then how do you explain this? What's that? And what is that on it? A handprint? Chief Gant, your explanation, please. I don't know. You tell me, son. Huh? My dear Righto, don't you know the second rule of evidence law? Uh-oh, not this again. Evidence law. Rule number 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And it is. Tell me, how is that rag relevant to this trial? It appears the defense was not prepared. I guess it's too early to use this piece of evidence. Please accept my profound apologies, Chief. Would you mind giving the defense another chance? Well, okay. I'll do it just this once, but just because you asked. Yeah, sorry I didn't nail you. So that's not it. I think it's got to be the jar, but we'll save beforehand just in case. You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery, but I'm afraid that's a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example. That's the blue badger you showed us earlier. A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier, it was either the evidence list or the jar, but both would have worked, was actually found inside of your desk. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in this illegal investigation. Which is ironic, because in real life, these pieces of evidence would have been obtained illegally, if I'm not mistaken. Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this? Oh! Here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admitted then that you were involved in the forgery? Who, me? Or do you mean you? Why would I have to do anything with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only one capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office, and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My, kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. I will admit, though, his tie is really cool. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list. For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were discovered after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. Or if they were found after they were convicted, yeah. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor? When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Indeed, I believe I will press charges so you won't make the same mistake again. But would you mind waiting till tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. Alright, Udgy. In return, though, I know. That place, right? Huh? What are these guys talking? What are these guys? Telepathic? Yeah. Yeah, you think you got me by the short hairs, but I'm keying up on it. Actually, save in case we're wrong, but my hunch tells me I can prove this exactly. If this works. Oh no, that's for the evidence room, Lewis. That's the only thing that could prove it. But that's the list for the evidence room, and there's not any register for the chief's office. Alright, you know what? We'll back off on that. It's pressed, though. What do you mean by that? This is all purely hypothetical, of course, but suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery. If concealing evidence found at a crime scene is a forgery, I'm not through speaking yet, righto? It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced. Oh, wouldn't that be convenient, right? The chief is asking about a possibility. Is talking about a possibility, so long as you can't rule that out. Your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Tell me something I don't. Come on now, righto. Think about it. There's no reason to participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me in any way. Yeah, I wasn't sure about that, but I figured I would test it. We'll load that save. How can you look me in the eye and say that? Because I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil? I'm not sure I care for the word murder here. But in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was in the sky. Well, how do you see? So we have to figure out why would it help him? Why would it help him to rearrange the crime scene? Aside from the fact that obviously he's the guy that probably killed Neil and also Goodman, but, you know, that's just hypothetical. At the very least, there's one very large benefit you've reaped from all of this. Oh? I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would, of course, been the position you have, Chief of Police. Oh. The resolution of the SO9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Ho ho ho! Oh, that's a good one. Do you really think I'm that important? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of the SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway. Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Udgy, would you mind if I change my testimony a little? By all means, please do. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. So what would be in it for you? Ah! I know what would be in it for him. He wanted to control the prosecutor's office. So if he secured for himself a position as chief of police and then made sure Lena Skye was secured as chief prosecutor, I'm pretty sure I've got him on that, but I'm going to save and press him just in case. I want to press him first. Nothing in it for you. Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lena's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again. You're right, you don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and be tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Oh! Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. Oh. True, you might not help out anyone for their sake. But if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. It's not what I meant by that. Very well then. Who is this person you helped? Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence? Well, it would have to be Lena Skye, I would think. Chief Prosecutor Lena Skye, the defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister Lena? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lena if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident resolved, Lena Skye was appointed Chief Prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from all of this? He would be able to use the Chief Prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean to tell me that despite the Chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Well, thanks, Judge. Oh, wait. You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lena Skye in forging evidence. Your motive to appoint her as Chief Prosecutor so you could control her. Righto, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lena? For example, is Lena testifying that I've done such a thing? Well, of course she's not testifying. She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Which one would that be? Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The Chief Prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone else has been controlling her. Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lena take the rap to cover up his involvement. I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious, huh? This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? That's insane and impossible. Unless you consider one thing, the fact that he looks the way he does. If he didn't dress like a supervillain, I wouldn't be accusing him of all of this. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. Looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this. Yeah, let's do it. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright, that the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. Alright then, let's see what Wright got, and let's see what Wright's got, and it's better be good. Show us the evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. That would be the ID card record. This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 777-7777. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my ID card number. It's your number. How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7 digits? You don't mean. I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 777-7777. What a horrible combination for a safe, by the way. Just saying. The same number as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Oh, we got him sweating now. Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime? What about it? I'm chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days? Chief Gant, I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lena Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to Chief Gant on the day of the crime. No, there's got to be something more solid than this. On that day, Detective Goodman had to go see Chief Gant. Whoops. That's fine. I was for sure it was the SL9 letter. Or the note, rather. Perhaps we could write up your letter of termination? Regardless, you did see Detective Goodman that day. Okay. So what was the proof that he met him on the day of the crime? If it wasn't that... Oh! Duh. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. Detective Goodman filed out a lost item report. He would have had to have given the report to the chief of police. Yet you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him? There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on. Let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. But wait! The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. You could have just lent him his ID card. Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. Yeah, his freak out animation is like really extravagant. He turns into Zeus. The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lena at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lena Sky stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we needed to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time, I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space. How could the chief move the body? To move the victim's body, Chief Gant... What did he use? Is it the screwdriver? I think it has to be the screwdriver. Let's give it a whirl. This is how you move Detective Goodman's body. What's that? A screwdriver? But what does this have to do with that case? Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here? It's here because... There you go. How do you think his body ended up in the trunk of your car? I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean, the body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Yes, unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lena Sky. What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of a body being stuffed into the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It was the photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something. I believe your time's up. My time's up? Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're going to make it time for the early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal, like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? That's not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're going to just run away after all of this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. So I want you to notice something here. This will be important. Chief Gant's wearing gloves, or I think it'll be important. But it's worth noting nonetheless. You think I had Lena dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Guy dispose of his body? Can we save? Pretty sure we do. I can't let him just squirm his way out of this. I've got to keep the pressure on. Yes, Your Honor. I do have such evidence. Just remember, it better have proved Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman beyond a shadow of a doubt. I wonder if it's the glove. Because we proved that the glove was stuffed into Goodman's locker. So Goodman would have had to open it before. I think it's either the glove or the knife. I'm going to try the glove. So, what exactly is this evidence? It's proof. As to whether or not it's enough to demonstrate the chief's guilt, I'll let you be the judge. Oh. Yeah, no, that's not it. Alright, so I think it's the knife. I think it's the SL9 knife. But what else could it be? Yeah, no, that's not it. We'll try I have no proof. No use showing evidence I'm not sure of even myself. No, Your Honor, at present I have no conclusive evidence. In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. Here's a tip: never gamble what you can't afford to lose, Wright? It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Udgy, I'll leave the rest to you. I don't think that was the right choice either. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency. Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her. What do you mean? There is one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. The Chief Gann has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else, one more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room. Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Oh yeah, we gotta get Lena Sky. Defendant, Miss Lena Sky. She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task to dispose of the victim's body, in accordance with a certain someone's orders. Prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. We'll reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now... Hold on. I thought you were going to eat. Listen, good, Lena. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyways, right? Just something to think about. Alright then. I've got a lunch date to meet. Does that not sound like blatant coercion to me? I don't know. This court is now in recess. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Thanks to your help. That chief, he's something else, eh, pal? Detective Gumshoe. Not a detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Don't worry about it. I've already decided where to work now. At your office. My office? Sure. I'll take the place of that. I'll take the place of that top-notcher girl you used to work with. What do you mean, Maya? Still, looks like we're all out of motive. Looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief can't send it again. How does he always get the upper hand? It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said? That is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. What do you mean by that? Quite simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything, too? Emma, are you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Yeah, now I finally know what really happened. Think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all, just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean, to follow Chief Gann's orders? She must have shut herself up deep inside. To force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold. Just like someone else I know. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society. Yeah, blame society at large and being itself. Don't worry about it. Chief Gann may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. Time for the final act, indeed. No, I'm going with you. I want to be there when Lena tells the truth. Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this. This is a banger case. I mean, there's not really any like there's not really any dull cases in Ace Attorney's entire chronology, in my opinion. But this is one of the best ones for sure. And yeah, that's one of the things I appreciate about Dual Destinies, and the thing I kind of really appreciate about Ace Attorney in general is the fact that it always kind of stayed true to itself. Like, it didn't really radically change that much. Dual Destinies is great. I wish it had a PC port along with Spirit of Justice, because I'd like to play those as well on stream, but I don't think that's going to be an option. Will the defendant, Miss Lena Sky, please take the stand? Miss Lena Sky, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done in these past 2 years. I don't know how 3DS emulation is. Oh, you can stream emulated games on Twitch, no problem. I just don't know how 3DS emulation is, because if I thought it was strong enough, I would emulate Spirit of Justice and Dual Destinies. But I'm not sure how good it is. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Guy. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Of course. Well, I think the way people do it on Twitch is with capture cards, because I know that they have 3DS capture cards. I just don't have one. Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gans. Everything hinges on your testimony. Please, for the love of God, actually tell the truth. Which I have one. I have the newest model of 3DS. Well, newest model is the last one they put out. The updated new 3DS. Yeah, the new 3DS XL, that's what I've got, yeah. I've got the Purple Galaxy one. Well, I didn't buy it. It was given to me because someone else was getting rid of it. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dart convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. God damn it, Lena. Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. If this is true, then that means Chief Gan has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something else. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. I wish you'd just fucking work with me, please. But that's fine. Not talking about you, I'm talking about Lena, but whatever. I've worked alongside Grant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. We've spent a lot of time ironing this out. Why are you like this? You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless. Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife, and I fabricated the evidence myself all those years ago. And how do you explain the jar with Emma's name on it? I'm gonna save, but I'm pretty sure that's the starting point of this charade. It sure isn't. Pretty sure I have to press that statement first. Good thing I saved, because Ace Attorney is the only game that is socially acceptable to save scum for. How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it, period. Are you so desperate to hide that fact you're willing to risk the death sentence? She's lying. She did it, so I wouldn't be blamed for what happened. In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions. How many years exactly? Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24 then, so it would have been 5 years. Detective Gant and Detective Skye were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases. She must have been good, coming from the same school as Mia. Damon Gant was a respectable detective. That's why there's no truth to this black man. Okay, yeah, we did that. Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. What she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized by that day. She was traumatized that day all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago? You say you did this all by yourself? Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? Seems I was the first person to discover the crime scene. The broken prosecutor award knife. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body. Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change that statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. That was lying in the floor a little distance away. It's probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up for her lies with more lies. So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, and moved the body. You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the victim's wound, and then you moved the body? But why? Why would you do that? You, of all people, should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of others. Yeah, why did you plant the knife? Come on, Mr. Wright, even you should be able to figure it out. Very well, let's add this to the witness's testimony. I want to find out why you moved the body. Why you planted the knife isn't important. That explains itself. Why'd you move the body? When you showed up, when you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. Pieces of the jar? Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So when you first found the body, the jar was already, of course, it had been shattered into pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would have been clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead, and Drake was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle. Apparently, the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there's more to it than that. Okay, let's look at everything. Pretty sure it's that jar. try this. Yeah, okay. When the music stops, you know it's right. Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered? If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring it to everyone's attention. A significant contradiction within your testimony. Contradiction in my testimony? It's more likely than you think. You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right. Do you have a problem with that? It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written on it in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to have been able to write the message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. I mean, theoretically he could have, but that would have taken a lot longer than he probably had as he was bleeding out. Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed. Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well, the witness may now continue her testimony. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood? I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar? No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them into dust. Well, that helps my case. Lena, you'd do that for me? Seems you two might make up yet. I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was. If something happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry. I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone else came. This is rather shocking. Yeah, it is. I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened. What do you mean? If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood. What else could I have done in that situation? I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. How could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office. The detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go. I never miss anything. I got every last piece. I think it's the jar again, because the piece was found in his safe. But we'll press. So you illegally rearranged the crime scene. Yes, I don't have any excuse for my actions. I've treated you so badly all this time. Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She didn't really know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. there was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered every piece of evidence and wiped the blood off of them. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up at the crime scene. Chief Gant got there before you. But couldn't the defendant simply have missed a piece? That big? No. I'm afraid that's unlikely. Pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. That may as well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures that were in my mouth all along. Ha! Can you believe that? Yeah, I can. Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh, that. There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. Hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Dark downstairs. The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? Because he did a stabbing. Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. Why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? Discovering the scene, Lena Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma. And therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the chief's puppet. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client. I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth. Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? Lena? Maybe right after all. What do you mean, right? So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Miss Skye, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Skye, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. All right, the witness may testify once more for the final time. God damn it, lady. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it was all really a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Unbelievable! The body was impaled on the armor's sword? You were the only one who saw that, if only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. It's a picture I took from the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Lena must have known. See, Mr. Wright? She really does have faith in you. Seem to remember getting something from her then. Oh, it's here. Hey, there's a picture here. my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this, because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything. Mr. Wright, that piece cut out from his vest, could that be the cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe? This is a handprint, isn't it? That cloth, it had fingerprints on it. Whose ever fingerprints those are must be the real murderer. But those fingerprints, they're yours, Emma. Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer. And unfortunately, I know where the contradiction lies. Come now, Edgy. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. What, now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. But you can't. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. Ah, so what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't. But someone does. So, what's your excuse, Wright? Ah, you son of a bitch! Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Mr. Marshall, causing his death? Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt? I do. What do I do now? Better think this through carefully. Should I present that piece of evidence? I guess we kind of have to. Mr. Wright, if you're not sure, then think this through again. How can you use that evidence to your advantage? We'll say, I think you're supposed to show it, but then kind of twist it to your advantage. But we'll go with cannot show evidence. We'll see what happens. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie! You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See that victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like part of it's been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. You mean you admit to it? I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lena. So you really were manipulating her. I knew Lena. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that's when she saw the scene. That when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid. So you assisted Miss Sky? I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dart convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lena arrived at the scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe? But why? For insurance, of course. Insurance? I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lena to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar, too? Ho ho ho. Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come now, Righto. Cough it up already. I know you have it. So you admit to it then, Chief Gant? That you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe? Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it before it was too late. It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up, victory is mine. I think we use evidence law now, but I'm not sure. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. I think Mr. Wright's humor has improved at the expense of his defense. Okay, so it would have to be that then, I guess. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest? Oh, yes. At last you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requested that immediately be sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather, there must have been a strong impact for being left so clearly. It could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. Ha ha ho, you're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. Think about it. Righto had all this time to present this evidence. And he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You know whose fingerprints are on that? Mr. Wright, do you really know? Sorry, Emma. Why didn't you tell me? You're really something, Righto. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me. And well, I wasn't trying to pin the murder on you, actually, but fair enough. So it's true, tragic but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. How could you? You monster! You knew whose fingerprints were on there all along, yet you acted like you really didn't. Miss Sky, it's not over yet. I said this trial isn't over yet, but I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career, too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter, cat? Got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh, and what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves the real murderer. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Skye, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction, one that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could it possibly contradict? What exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Skye took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yes, his shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make it out with all the blood on his vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. That piece of cloth. There's no blood on it. Since Emma Skye's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. This is nonsense. Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lena Skye, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armor's sword? Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said the person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind as a clue, and make Lena believe her sister did it. Remember when you admitted, only moments ago, that you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. It's finally all over. Mess with the bull, get the horns, asshole. That was close, Righto. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Wrong, bucko. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Edgy. Earlier, old Righto here concealed that piece of cloth. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence because I was following evidence law, asshole. At this moment, the piece of cloth. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. Do you actually think that? Did you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son. I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? True. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person, assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Seems at last, the time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. I admit I refused to present it at one point, so the evidence is illegal. No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present evidence then, it's that I couldn't. What do you mean you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. He's nothing but a coward. You can't really believe. There is only one issue left to be resolved at this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well. Let us settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval of the police department. Rule number 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and... Sorry, can you recall, when was that picture presented? That was shown only a few moments ago. He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth is still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest? Oh, yes. It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the person who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer, and there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant, the killer was you. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr and then convinced Bruce Goodman. Yeah, that's right. The evidence is transferred. I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted the file and the lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room, and all of a sudden he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can't you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. He opened his evidence locker as he was taking something out. He said, "It's not too late. I'm going to hand this all over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. That accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor I didn't realize my fatal mistake. Bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer, but everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car? I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke the trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out, so you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So you left the jar fragments in the glove. Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They did do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me. We're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Udgy? What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you were no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Edgy. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Wright here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning. There are two things I want you to understand. Yes, first, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today. So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all of your trouble. My, what high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you might just make it to the top. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal this has been for you. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it. I only did my job. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky? Yes, Your Honor? You are innocent of murder. However, although the Chief blackmailed you, the fact that you still acted as his accomplice, a trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. Is there something amusing about all this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. Well, this trial has gone on far long enough already. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lena Sky. Booyah. Talk about a fucking ordeal. Jesus Christ. That is all. This court is adjourned. God help us all. At long last, it's finally over. Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted of a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended. I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of me. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well. You know, I did my best too, but Lena didn't say a single word to me. Hope I'm not interrupting anything. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, what is it? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run around all duty? And on top of it all, I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, I'm only kidding. Oh, are you here because of my sister again? Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal. Me? That's right, I thought you'd like to see someone. Lena! Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't. Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay. Don't worry about it. That day 2 years ago was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake, but now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through these past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But you were only doing it for me. No. I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. You don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Oh, Emma. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we wake up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we can find the way back to our rightful path, and it is from that we can move on towards a brighter future. At least that's what I felt watching those two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe, me? Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. Where was he hiding? I just came to say congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right. Well, I'll be going now. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes. Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. You despise criminals, I can feel it. You and me were the same. One day you'll understand. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them, but in order to fight them on my own, I'd need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true. I've known that to be true for quite some time. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright, and because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Oh, yeah. What is this, pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright, show him what Lena's talking about. Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth or I would have been able to find on our own. That's the picture I drew. Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list, and I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. God, I don't know why I'm stuttering so much today. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth, if you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can help it let you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem. I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. I'd better get going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon. It seems we both have a lot to learn and a lot of catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific Investigation. It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will. And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. Yeah, I think Lena bargains down to a plea deal or something and gets out pretty quick. I don't remember. And as for me, I think this time I started a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? There's just a little matter that needs to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison sure are a different story. Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here is the one who'll be footing the bill. Huh? What? What, you think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh? 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 Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Why is it I suddenly feel like I want to scream? Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we go pay it off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys, let's go. Okay. Ran a little bit over. By a little bit, I mean literally 5 minutes. But, I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top corner. And I can't skip through any of this, so I'm just gonna have to sit and let it go out. Okay, well, while this is going on, I can explain. I'm probably not going to jump into Justice for All right after this. I explained something in the last stream, but just to be blunt, I love Ace Attorney to death. It's one of my favorite series, but it's a little monotonous to binge. Like, the games themselves are long enough as it is. I'm really not sure I'd be interested in just mainlining Justice for All and Trials and Tribulation back to back to back. So, I'm gonna do a bit of a look around in my Steam library to see what I can do to, like, put in between them. I might do, like, some old school games, like, I was thinking about doing Thief, like doing either, like Thief Gold or maybe, like, Thief the Metal Age, something like that. I'll probably do Thief Gold first, because I like to, this Deus Ex notwithstanding, I like to try to do things kind of in order. But we'll see. I might take tomorrow off just to give things a proper look around. What I might do is start one of my bigger games, because I have a few games that I have on the back burner that I want to start. So I might do like something like a bigger game that I can play through pretty quickly, like Dark Souls 2, because I'm very familiar with Dark Souls 2, and it won't take that long. Or I might do something like The Surge, or something to that effect. Something that's decently long, but not overly long, because, like, I want to play Dragon Quest XI. However, I've sank 67 hours into that game already, and I'm not finished with it. Which means that, given the parameters that I'm running now, which are usually streams that are anywhere between 3 to 5 hours, that would take forever. In fact, I can do the math real quick to figure out roughly how long that would take. which I think it would be 67. We'll just say divided by 5. Yeah, it would take 13 streams of this to get to where I am now. And I don't know if I want to do that or if I want to, again, I'll just have a perusal. I bought a couple games recently. Yeah, I'll figure something out. But I do want to continue Ace Attorney, but I am going to put games in between it because the games are not monotonous. I think that's the wrong way of thinking about it. They're very long, and it's, you know, just to be blunt, I don't feel like playing them back to back, so, but, you know, figure something out. I'm hoping these credits will wrap up. But yeah, I don't know. I could do Invisible War, but I'd have to learn how to play that game and get it set up and everything. I have to iron some stuff out. I also like how you can see preview assets for the next game in this ending cutscene because you go to Karain in the next episode. Or in the next game, rather. I might do Doom Eternal. I don't know. We'll see. I'll figure something out. All right. Well, that is officially, now that the cutscenes are over, that is officially the end of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. God, what a game. It's still so good. Even after all these years, it's still so good. I remember I first played through this series about 5 years ago. Yeah, it was about 4 or 5 years ago. And I remember because when I got into it, Dual Destinies had just come out. And I got Dual Destinies and I got the rest of the other games. I actually tracked down all of like original DS copies of Ace Attorney, Justice for All, Trials and Tribulations. I tracked all that down. I got a copy of Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney. I played through Dual Destinies. I played Spirit of Justice as soon as it came out. The only one I didn't play actually was Miles Edgeworth as Ace Attorney because I found a copy of the first game, but for whatever reason I didn't play it. Like I owned a copy, I never touched it. I can't explain that, but whatever. God, what a game, what a series. yeah, I am looking forward to doing more of this. Like I said, I'm gonna figure out what to do like in between the games. I mean, how I do it is kind of really all on feeling. I'm not really strict on schedule. Like if I feel like playing this tomorrow, then I might just jump right into Justice for All. But I might do something in between them. Again, I'm not really sure on that, but I'm gonna look around and see, because you know I might pick a game that I can do pretty quickly. That's a nice kind of total opposite of this to sort of cleanse the palate, you know. But we'll see. We'll see. That's not really important. What's important is I'm happy for everyone that decided to hang out. I'm so glad that you decided to see the end of this with me. I highly recommend that you pick this up on Steam if you haven't already. It is a blast. If the length of these streams is anything to go off of, there is plenty of content in this game to chew on. And there are 2 more entire games in this series, and those games get way more convoluted than this does. Rise of the Ashes was but a taste. So, yeah, hell yeah. Love this game. Love Ace Attorney. I can't wait to get through the other 2 games, because I can't wait to get to the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I haven't even touched that game yet, because I want to get through this first, get the old nostalgia going, before I jump into the brand new. Anyways, that's me. I'm going to go get some lunch. I'm going to go chillax, get ready for work. I hope all y'all have a brilliant day. Evil, thanks for stopping by, hanging out. Definitely appreciate the hints towards the end, because this game like tests the absolute extent of my memory. I remember a big chunk of it, but then again, my powers of observation have gotten better since the last time I played this game. Anyways, thankful to everyone who hung out. Love you all. We'll see you later, potentially with something different. But if it's not different, then it'll be Ace Attorney Justice for All. See you later. Peace out.